No Sims, please. No Sims. I don't want to listen to The Sims. Turn that off. Okay, there we go. Hold on, let me mute this so there's no double audio. Okay, perfect. We're all set. Ready to go. I'm in. Wait, I'm not quite in. Uh, yes, there we go. Now I'm in. I'm kind of scared. It's very quiet. Let's go. Okay, I bumped it. I bumped it. Let's go. Let's go. Wahoo! The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea.
Herbal tea? Oh.
Leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road.
Ah, memories.
And to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Okay. The Clouded Kokoro. February. 9 a.m. Oh, right. We're officially, we should be an attorney now, right? That was our trial run. So we should be good to go now. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No. Not a wink. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Berea, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that. I want to see Ryunosuke spread. Fully corner to corner. Feet touching the corners, hands up here tingling the corners of his bed. I want to see him spread. I need pictures of Ryunosuke. Snap. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we had owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry. Where's the Ryunosuke pics? Where are they? How can I find them? Are they just on Twitter? The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. Have you seen Twitter? Mm-mm. No. I just blindly guide myself along the Twitterscape. I did try, but I'm afraid I can't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. That's for the best? Good. That's how I'll keep things going then. Ugh, I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, we'll spend our entire stipend. Our entire stipend will be used in 10 days or less. Ugh, London is a scary place. Ah! Good morning to you at this early hour. Is it the judge? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Well, Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. I mean, I guess it did run a bit long, right? So they probably went to bed and then came here to tell him. Susato-san's amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes. I believe you have very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yeah. It was very eye-opening. Thank you. I can't remember the voice I did for Strongheart, so we'll suss it out. I only remember Baron von Zieks. Barrack von Zieks. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh! No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome a young talent from the remote eastern land. Justice? Yes! I hope so. We might not find justice. This could end in a murder just like the last episode and we don't know who did it. Thank you. Wait. How are we... What is the... What's the chain of events here? So last time we did a court case for the Irishman. The Irish lad, right? We helped him out, and then we got called to the courtroom, and there was the carriage that was on fire. Someone was inside, banging on the door to get out. Who was on fire? Why am I here right now? Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I was going to say practical practice. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? Ooh. It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? You know. Oh, is he gonna remember? The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established to the court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fellow, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. He's gonna make an evil villain pose now? Oh, I don't remember him laughing like that. But obviously he did. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGolded really was innocent. He obviously wasn't. He did? Okay. You did the Waluigi laugh. That sounds exactly right. Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth, and then the trial ended. Well, you need to let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. What? No! What? Mr. McGilded is dead? And the doves, of course. The doves. Was he in the carriage? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Yeah, let's talk. What's up? I gotta know. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, the omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. I remember. Yeah, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilden had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No! Ryunosuke, you were there, dude. What? How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified the corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilden. That's awful! The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Okay. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilden did mention going back to the courtroom to look at the omnibus. I appreciate the lurk. Man, I get really bright during those white screens, huh? I don't know how to fix that. Don't blow me out, game. Here, I'll do a lurk command. How do I, is it this? Does that work? There we go. That's good enough. That's good enough. Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for the inspection. Sorry? Oh right, he was called in for an inspection. Inspection. Right. It's coming back to me now. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. What? Then who was Mr. McGilden talking about? Don't point your cane at me. Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Okay. So, how did you find your first taste of the country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't like it. In fact, wow! Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in solemnity. Solemnity. I know how to say solemn. Solemnity. Is it solemnity or solemnity? You tell me, Chelsea. Solemn. How do you spell solemn? S-O-L-E-M-N, right? And then you add an I-T-Y to the end of it. How do you say that? Exactly. Solemnity? I'm gonna say solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. We used to just execute people when we wanted to. Wow, Susuda-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? Is that like a slight? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. There was someone hiding in the carriage, under the bunk. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Heh heh heh. Is something funny? No. My apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. Oh! And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared a new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? Guess what? We'll have to find out later. Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes? Don't worry. It's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did you just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died, as yet. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. Ooh! I hope we can go to a bunch of different places. That'd be fun. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Oh, yeah. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruto. I don't know if I could face standing in the courtroom after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah, yes. I nearly forgot. There was one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. A live hanging. Yes. Here we go again. Okay, time's up. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. Yep. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until court sits. Last time he mentioned 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. Yeah, but this is 23 hours on the opposite end. We're getting closer to 22 hours by the second. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something that you intend to see through. The will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would be interested to hear exactly what you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn the greatest justice system in the world at work so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And, there's another thing. Oh. Another thing. Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important to do. Something very important? And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done... Oh, you're out of time. Well, thank you for everything. Goodbye. Mr. Naruto, what's this all about? Mr. Asogi never mentioned anything of the sort to me. Because I was his best friend. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. Who the hell is that? I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. Has he got some chips in his arm? He's got like a bundle of fries tucked in his arm there. Is that... Are we getting some breakfast? There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we'd better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yeah, you're right. I know. I know him. But I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. He's got fries, dude. Hey. I'm looking right at him. What are those? Just look at the naughty books packed together on these shelves. They go from... No. These books are naughty. We already looked at that before. Bless you. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why can't I skip this? Can I skip this? I've already listened to this dialogue. I clearly didn't mean to examine the shelves. I meant to examine the French fries. It's fish and chips. Is this a stereotype? Are we stereotyping? Could we trouble you? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know. Oh, but Susuno-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man. A very busy man. This is the wrong. He's English. Ooh. He keeps, like, flipping it back. Alright, this is a little bright. Let's get that dimmed. No, that one's fine. Let's do this one. Oops. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Take a sip. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here, Ivan, to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. I'm not. Take it back, Ryunosuke. I'm not sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the big wigs these days. All because of some bumpkin who was here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? Is he smitten? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London weathers don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable! How did she pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susuno-san? Does the detective's name mean something to her? Who are you? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? I hope he has fish and chips every time we see him. You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susuno, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Rance the magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't talk about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of the all Scotland Yarders. Those are his own words. That's his highest praise? You all look like shit, but I'm gonna take that guy. Yeah. Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. He is not, and thanks for the magazine. My name's all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit, start when I was little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation over the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than a man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering. Rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changing since he appeared in the stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper. So I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what the folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. As sure as eggs is eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people. Okay, what about the case now? So, about the case of the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Let me put my fish and chips away. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned, at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I have a nasty feeling you're right. I got a nasty feeling too. I think this is going to be a long one. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor one from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever was off with a suicide takedown, wouldn't you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Yourself, you've angered her now. Anyway, after some whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit. Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor's been assigned to the case trial tomorrow as Lord Baruch von Zeeks. No! Sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh yes, we're very familiar with Lord von Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. I know about the Reaper of the Bailey, though. Lord Baruch von Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. He's back to work. Didn't he retire and now he's like, you know what? I'm doing it all, every case. I'm doing them all. Mr. McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When von Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Right? The Reaper of the Bailey nickname. Oh wait, no, that's not him. I suppose he's earned it because every defendant he advocates for is found guilty, is that it? Well, we beat him yesterday, so... Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector. that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Ha. And what of it? Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do ya? What do you mean? What happened to the bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McGilded came a cropper in the omnibus. Came a cropper. Missing that. Came a cropper. We're learning. Suffer a defeat or disaster, or to fall heavily. I'm gonna assume it's suffer a defeat. He suffered a defeat. Came a cropper in the omnibus when it went up into flames. So you can't rightly say that you saved the defendant, can you? What? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick down on anyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic, black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Barrack wouldn't use the dark arts against us. He slammed his foot on the table like a good boy. Right, well, I filled you in as requested. I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over there, if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You branded him a criminal already? He's as good as. Shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. It'll give you a chuckle, if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer, and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. Ciao. Oh. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from staking. Right? The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. Oh. But if the man they've arrested is innocent... Oh. You could well imagine he'd be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. We should at least go see. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? No. I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, do we go to the crime scene first, or the or to the prison? If we go to the crime scene and we see something, we could bring it up to the accused party. So that might be handy. I'm gonna go in order. We're gonna go to Briar Road. Oh my god, look at that bike. Somebody's done a number on that bike cycle. That's no good. So this is where it happened, Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet, it's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamt I'd come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The what helmet? Hehe, of course. I have to try one day. We'll get her a helmet. Suzuto-san will get you a helmet. Don't worry. Well, I hope your Hattie dreams come true. Thanks. I don't see Inspector Gregson anywhere. Shall we see if we can sneak past and investigate the scene of the stabbing? Okay. I'm pretty sure that's a crime, but you know. Why should we sneak? I don't want to upset one of the bobbies and be butted on the head with one of those metal helmets. My skull would crack in two, I'm sure. Oh no, an English bobby would never do such a thing. This is the land of gentlemen, you know. Oh, okay. Look at this snowman. He's got his hands up already. Why? What's up? What a delightful snowman. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy, though. Oh, it has a scarf, look. You'd need one if you're out in this freezing cold all the time. Wish I had one. Oh. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment, too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman wouldn't miss his, though. Maybe I'll just take it. It's my scarf, after all. Why shouldn't I have it? But the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yeah, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals. You're very well informed, aren't you? It's been a dream of mine to ride in one of those through the streets of London. Well, just pick up a stone and throw it at one of the windows then. Oh, but that would mean being arrested. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone. No, I wasn't serious. Susuto, calm down. We could probably just ask. You don't need to be arrested. Okay, so that's the crime scene. What's up with this bike, though? This bike's seen better days. Oh, a British bicycle, look. Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone must be doing some breakneck cycling. It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. Huh? Oh my god. Oh my god. Go ahead. There's even a movement to change women's dresses to allow them to ride as well. Huh? Okay. Sorry, Chelsea had to grab her drugs. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would ride something like that. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I love them. In fact, some of my best friends are bicycles. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off the ground seems reckless. If you'd ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a revert, I know you would agree with me. Wait, Ryunosuke's been on stilts? Why isn't that part of this game? We'll have to ride a bicycle sometime. We'll have to hire a bicycle? Hire a bicycle? Okay, is this just all one examination? Let's see. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible. Yeah, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors. I mean, okay. You can't even see inside the building. How do you know the floors aren't level? And why are the windows bricked up? Oh, Look at the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows? Something, something, switch something. Am I gonna have to make a switch emote? Yeah, but they're filled with bricks. Oh, that's right. I wonder why. It's your catchphrase, Huff. Welcome. Perhaps it's an empty property where no one lives at the moment. There's smoke coming out of the chimneys, though. Oh dear. Everything still feels foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. Anything else to examine here? The smoke. Okay, that's it. The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it is known as Foggy London Town. I can just make out some sort of spire, though, in the fog. It looks like it's still being built, though. Aha! Yes, that must be the Crystal Tower, being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. I hope we get to see that. If not in this game, then in the next one. Excuse me. Apparently, it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides, with a symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition. It's going to be the largest expedition in history. Is it? I can't even begin to imagine it. Okay, let's talk to the bobbies. Let's talk to this guy. It's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yeah, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. Oh, but I like doing it. This patch of pavement must have been where the incident occurred. Yeah, it's very wide open space, isn't it? That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. I could see plenty of places. Would it be behind the snowman? Behind the tree? Around the corner? Oi, what are you foreigners doing here? Ag! Oh, just investigating the scene. Conspiring with that mustached fella from Japan, are you? Conspiring? Come here to destroy the evidence, have you? Get out of here, before I give you an hiding. Go on, get. Oh, he shoot us away like rats. Yeah, we should give him a wide berth, I think. What a disappointing experience. Okay, we looked around. Pretty sure we looked at pretty much everything. Yeah, we looked at the carriage, looked at the snowman, looked at the bobbies, looked at the crime scene. Let's go to the prison, I guess. Nothing there. Nothing at the crime scene that we can do yet. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruto, you're making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in the cell here, but it's so dark in the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding in the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat as yet with no name? Calling me by a number. It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. That is an answer, though. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I don't know. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Nice mustache. Is he? Oh, shh. Quiet. What are you doing? They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right. So, can I? Oh. There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? This guy's dosed right now. He's dosed. We mean you no harm, Prisoner San. Prisoner-san. Are you Japanese, by any chance? Oh. Oh, the glaze in his eyes went away. This is beyond my wildest dreams. It's back now. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We're just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it. It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We're gonna save him. Subtitles, don't worry, we're gonna save him. I like this man. No one will die under our watch, unless it's Mr. McGilded, with his evil Waluigi laugh. He likes alliteration, so I like him. Who could have guessed that our new client was Lord Strongheart assigned to us? Next fire? No. Would turn out to be a fellow Japanese. Ah. What compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon. A first-class lawyer? Oh dear. I think there's been some sort of misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? This guy could be no copy. He probably is, and we just didn't recognize him because he blended in so well. He was probably there. Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent. Shan't, I shan't. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yeah, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susudo Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume. Soseki Natsume-san. What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of haiku. It makes sense now. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? I like how he's chewing his lips. That's right, Mr. Naruto-san. No, no, no! Don't be prosaic! It's much more refined than that. And haiku. That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student? Sent here over here by the government? Yes, yes, that's right. A year ago I was told to go and study English. How old is this guy? First I had to suffer that misery, and now this, it's beyond the pale. Suffer that misery? What, did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something does that mean you can do it? No. What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi. You must be a man of great standing. Oh yeah, so I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. What were you accused of? Stabbing a woman? Why? Perhaps you could tell us why exactly you've been arrested, Soseki-san. I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious... attempted murder. Murder? Oh, no. No. That's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I had seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear. It seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed right in front of me? Why'd she inconvenience me by getting stabbed like that? It's so frustrating. It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital we find out more about the case. Tell us about the case. It was an accursed evening just after the snow had started to clear with heavy fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too? Oh. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just when I went to overtake her... Gah! She suddenly let out a little scream, collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible! Oh, that was just sorry. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. Look at their little feet. Look at her little feet. Oh, you can't see. Look at those little feet. The tiny shoe. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. Actually, this is probably not a great spot for me. Let's move me. Where are we going, me? Is that better? It's a little small. Oh, no, I don't want to be in anyone's way. Maybe just up here. No. Maybe do a reversal. Flip me like a horizontal. Get me over here. That seems fine for now. Get me over there. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim of the acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous! Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English, and a woman at that? I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at that time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? Huh? What conundrum? Why not just go? Why not just tell me what the conundrum is? What do you mean, Suzuka-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Soseki-san just told us here is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. Then, he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But, if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Arrgh, you! What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops. Perhaps I thought that a little loudly. He shook. Actually, that's not what's troubling me. What I was thinking is, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him, so how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? So there was someone else there. It was him. That accursed great detective. He lied the police to me. Of all the bad luck. Accursed great detective? Could it be? Oh yeah. Herlock Sholmes is coming back, baby. With his haughty laugh and self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody begone. May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes. I knew it. He's back, baby. Mr. Sholmes? Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. This is a little... We'll go this way. It was the morning after the nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some man suddenly burst through the door. He started shouting at me, "This is the police, put the weapon down." Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination, devils. That one was trying a little hard. I don't know about that one. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes. It's actually Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out he's a famous name in the detection here in London. Yes, the great detective really is very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. He thinks I'm a knife-wielding madman? Me? This weak, stooped kitten of a man? I think this guy did it. I wonder what great deduction process led him to the conclusion this time. I think this guy actually did it. That's a little too low. Put that like there. I think we're duped into like defending a criminal again. I think we're defending a criminal. And Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign film flammery. Flim-flammery. Well, we are in England. Can you really blame them for questioning you in English? Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles. Before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid. That's hardly surprising. I'm fine? He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh, yeah, alright. They've really got me. This country is poisoning my mind. It's poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Yeah, I guess. I'm not convinced you didn't do it, but, you know. Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey, only one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Little heavy for the moment, Ryunosuke. I don't know about this one. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, it's the mark of defense lawyer from a great empire. It's a keepsake from a man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? Oh, you're not a lawyer. I know exactly what they're saying about me. What do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around. And I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must have been the culprit. It must have been very hard for you, Saseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would have been a waste of time, they said. And, of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to this man with a strange accent. They all hate that I sound like this. They hate it. So at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. Well, that's me. Obviously, I'm very native in the Nippon tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. Hmm? I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Let's get out of here. We have a case to prepare for. Ciao. Hello. Dude, I didn't notice his eyebrows. He's got some sick brow. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Crixon. This isn't on the tourist trail. I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells then. What do you make of the criminal? I keep trying to give him like a weird accent. He's not a criminal as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The Luke's in court tomorrow. Whatever happens. And the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Ugh, the stone-cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. That makes it worse somehow. No, we've already examined everything. Let's talk to him. Let's learn about Scotland Yard. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Inventions of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard. Ah. It is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, Mom. And you know, I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part. Seeing that policeman there with his helmet on, you certainly get the sense that the man is, that is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty to protect the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you. Oh really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Go round and rouses all the laborers to the beat so he can get them off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yup. Raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit. I had no idea. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, I can't really get the English. I keep trying to go Irish. It's very weird. But the Bobby, I got super exaggerated with. I just can't do it here. He has over 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. And I suppose in between all those duties, Bobbies are just expected to investigate cases as well? And chase after criminals trying to evade the law. With their with their guns out. These guns. They got these guns out. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, more alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. Now, back to the case. It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there, on the open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned in the hospital. You mentioned she's being treated in the hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find much about her at all. I suppose that means I haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's your policy to give lawyers defendant suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still, I'll take it. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. Okay. Let's look at the map. Anyway, as far as we know, there is no one else at the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? I think Chelsea locked herself out. Hold on. I think I have to go get her. Hold on a sec. Okay. Okay. Whew. It wasn't Chelsea. It was the delivery man bringing our pizzas. But Chelsea was outside, so I had to do both. Okay. Well, I know Mr. Natsume was also claiming to have not seen anyone else around, but you started without me again? Peta's again? Yes. They seem like they're 9 inches this time at least. And I did start without you. Was I supposed to wait? Sorry, I'm cracking a fresh monster. Yeah? Oh. I mean, I can start again. We can wait. Here, I'll delete my save and we'll restart, okay? Is that cool? After waiting for DDs. Can I at least be up? Can we be like just chatting? Or do you not want to miss anything? You guys are very good at eyeballing 9 inches. Yeah, it's about no chatting? Okay, so it'll just be snug. Like, I asked Chels. I didn't even say, oh, this is 9 inches. I said, is it 9 inches? She goes, yep. Pretty sure. So, we have a tape measure. We're just gonna guess, though. It doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can't be sure. How? Because, Mom, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. Ah! It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now? I need to know about the witnesses! Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife, and the man of the most reliable and respected citizens of all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Oh! A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment that this woman was attacked? We also, I don't remember if you were there for the cliffhanger, DD, but there was the cliffhanger with the carriage on fire in the last episode, and someone was burning up inside. That got like hand waved away. They said that was Mr. McGilded, the rich Irishman we were defending. And then they're just like, yeah, he died. He got all burnt up in there. And that was it. That was the end of that conversation. We watched someone burn alive. And that's all they had to say. Nothing particular about that, ma'am. Part of parcel of being a bobby. Catching them and banging the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask the policeman a few questions? Please and thank you. Be my guest. You can ask him what you'd like in the court tomorrow. Oh, I no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So, that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that, then. He's got no intentions of letting him meet the man beforehand, it seems. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yeah. As non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me about that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect, I hear that was Herlock Sholmes. Let me put my fish and chips in my pocket. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color is drained from his cheeks. He didn't like that. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was a result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational, great deductions. Fiddle faddle. Ah. That man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of watching him showing his mug everywhere. Oh? I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yeah, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gobble. Ah! Ever seen this before? Oh yeah, that's the Ranst. It's a wonderful publication in which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called Great Detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any of Herlock Sholmes' tales at all. Well, I suppose there is an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped with the public by that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us as Scotland Yard is he trying to... The man's as dangerous to us as Scotland Yard as he is to our criminals. That can't really be true. Can it, Inspector? He's grasping the fish! Clearly the Great Detective and the police have a complex relationship. It's saucy. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, maybe. Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch the case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? Aye. There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It is all a bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper hasn't appeared in court for a good few years now. Yeah, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are real scum. The master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right, he handpicks his victims. Only deals those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but he didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd expect the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on in the head of that Lord of Darkness? Oh right, he uses dark magic. Beric von Zeeks. Wizard. You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really gonna have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Well, Wizard! Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, sure. Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. Him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes! Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly! Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did! He really did! Man, I'm blown out to hell right now. Which makes him an involved party in the case, and you're not just gonna ignore that. I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is... The hell is the story of this game? So it's complicated. So we're on a thing right now. We're on a case. after first becoming a lawyer after solving our last case. So it has 5 stories in each game, and this is separated into 2 games that you get as one thing. So I'm assuming that this is gonna have like one overarching story, because we have characters that were introduced in the last case that are like, I don't know, haven't seen him again, and Sholmes we haven't seen in 2 missions. So far, the story is, I can't remember what Ryunosuke was doing originally, but his buddy Kazuma, his good friend, was studying to become a lawyer and was going to travel overseas to become a lawyer. He got murdered, so we took it upon ourselves to try and fulfill his dream. So now we're here trying to become a lawyer, and some mystery thing that he wanted to do that no one knows about. So now we're just fumbling our way through England. Right now, we're trying to help this Japanese fellow who's been accused of killing a woman in the street, or attempting to kill a woman in the street. It's just crumpling paper. A police officer witnessed him doing the crime. So who knows how that's gonna play out? That's what we're doing right now. We're doing the pre-trial. How do you know that? In the stories, of course. 221 Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We'd better try to find our way there before Susudo-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage. Sort of have a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Okay. Goodbye. Oh!
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Overlooking the street. Good day.
Good day.
Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
I don't know where the snow went. Maybe they sweeped it off Baker Street. Baker Street's free of snow. Sholmes' suite. Here we are. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susudo? Susudo-san? Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly around as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruto? Oh, yeah. So, if you don't mind, did we just break in? I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. Ah, she's obsessed. Okay. Let's take a look around. Excuse me, is anyone home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Oh, her again. Hello. Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello. Wait, aren't you? Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. It's the rocket launcher girl's acquaintance, right? Miss Susato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. The King of Bowaria? King Wilhelm Gostreich Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment, and look over there. Tea's brewed, and I have freshly baked cake as well. Mmm. Ah, it's you! I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. Mm-hmm. I remember. Right, she didn't give us her name. Who is the other girl? Gina? It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilda's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I'd never met a lawyer from Far East before. Who are you? Having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh yeah, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is this tea supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Oh, this is a private batch. I don't want to try it. And you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're here to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely. Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? Dun 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 dun. Curtsy. It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say your name was Wilson? What's the matter, Susato-san? Why is she so flustered? Is this the Wilson? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. Susie? Wilson had had some changes. Lost a few, bits of stature. I mean, I guess Wilson is supposed to be shorter than Holmes anyways, right? Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. She starts transforming. She's a motorcycle, get her! I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Okay, let's ask. Let's ask some of the questions. Your deductions. About before. Yes, what's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. did you know that I was a lawyer? And we just arrived in London, I mean. Yes, oh. That we had a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted. Although, there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Let me put on my goggles. Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. She's got a gun! First of all, I already knew that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that we'd only arrived in London. How did you know that? She got us. I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh, damn it. So I was reasonably confident that you must have only arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted the case against a particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed the red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Ah! They use those stamps to keep a close eye on the comings and goings, you see? I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilton, the two of you had already had a cause to visit a foreign inmate in a local prison. However, neither of you were wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial was tomorrow? Well, having barely been home for a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now, Runo has a fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? I guess you're right. Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves, so I put two and two together and decided you must be a defending Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion that those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Elementary. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Okay. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. God, it was so good. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to managed the certain something of Mr. Sholmes's delivery. Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. We will, won't you, Iris? Please? The case of the Japanese man. So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying? Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, and the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently a woman was just stabbed on the street, somewhere in London. Or in town, sorry. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man? Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Excuse me? That's not very nice. That's, this is way wrong. Hold on a sec. Hold on. Nope, a little bit too... There we go. That's a bit... Let it rip! Soseki-san said he didn't see anyone else on the street at all. But it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. There was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear. Ugh, Mr. Sholmes' great deductions certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did, he's a great detective. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend much time investigating cases and trying criminals in the court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspected person. Suspicious person. That's terrible. Any of you acting suspicious, you're going to prison. You're going right to prison, you're being suspicious right now. I see you. I suppose that's the harsh reality of working as the world's greatest justice system. World's greatest justice system, huh? I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes and... Oh, you have a copy of Ron's magazine. Yeah. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one to ever hear them, who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness! Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. That's us! I was in that case! They thought I was the culprit! So I was just in the middle of typing up a manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author. Yes. And I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call the latest adventure The Speckled Band. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making the venomous snake to be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know the snake might not be the credible fit for all the facts in the case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, don't you think? I think, don't you? So, do you mean to say... Are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rand's magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. I want to see it. I want to see the typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Susan-san's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean... My name really is Wilson. But what about the Doctor of Medicine? That's all true too. I'm a doctor of medicine. No. At 10 years old? At 10 years old? She's 10? Does this count as Herlock Sholmes enlisting child labor? Is this an indictment of his character right now? But, Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly, for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow? I mean, I'm thinking it's a bit suspect right now, so... She was like... Susanoo's conflicted right now. My love interest! I love Dr. John H. Wilson! Did you love the idea of John H. Wilson, or do you love actual John H. Wilson, who's a child? So this would be a crime, Susanoo. You will be going to prison. Poor Susanoo-san. She looks like her whole world is just falling apart. Cute. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah, it's a bit right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Get trashier and trashier. Like this? It sounded like Australia now. Gulp. Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yeah, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Ugh. Oh, Ginny. Yes, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. It is getting Australian. This is bad. Are you referring to that? Oh, I skipped that. Exactly. So I followed her. You see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that. I lost it. It's a bit right, innit? So she could apologize, my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Ellie, of course, silly. Hurley? Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective has such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found my lodgings any kind lodgings in any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner. My roommate. A roommate. I lost it. I can't do it anymore. I gotta know. I'm assuming it's just DD and subtitles. Does reading it make it better or worse? I get so hung up sometimes. Way better. Okay, that's one. Are we split? What do you think, DD? Go harder on reading? So what I should read, like, at the bottom? Be more theatrical. I'm pretty theatrical when the moment calls for it. So much so that it hurts my gullet, hurts my throat. Wave your hands around. Your roommates? Ugh! That would extend the playtime to at least double. Instead of taking 6 hours, it would take 12 hours to do a case. I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at this last year. What of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Hey, what's the story on that? Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you'd guess, we'd like to ask him some questions about the case as well. Ah, well. I expect Hurley is investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Nuts. Oh, May? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. Nutsome. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crimes themselves, aren't they? You probably shouldn't go there. Do you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were out there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Oh, goody. In that case, give Gregsy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What's this? Oh, what's this? What the fuck is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. A message on the back from Iris. Should we read it? Oh, we're reading it. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? It's a bribe. We're bribing him. Tell us the info. Here's a couple shillings for you. Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back soon. Okay. Thanks, Iris. Thank you, Not John. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. So, somewhat dubious they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Okay. To be continued? Whoa! What? I mean, I guess it's been 2 hours, but... yeah. Why did I save on 19? This one was obviously a mistake. Beat it already? I don't know. I think this is... So I'm gonna tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone, especially yourselves, alright? Don't tell yourself this. I looked up the length of all the cases, because I was very curious how long I would have to be talking for. I trust you, though. I trust you to keep the secret. This one is very secret. Shut up, Chelsea. Don't tell anyone. I trusted you. Okay, so I looked up all the length of all the cases, and this one's one of the longest cases, so I'm assuming it's split into like 3 parts. I don't know how it's split, that's just my guess. Investigation Part 2. Okay, so it even says. We'll see. We might not finish this today. This might be the first one, because this one and the next one are some of the longest cases in this game. The only one that's way longer is the final one, which usually people consider a 3-parter because it's like shit. It's called like the turn, or it's called the twist, something else, and then the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo or whatever. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like they all consider that one case, and it's 9 hours total. This one and the next one are like 6 hours, so we might not finish this today. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect! So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yeah, let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Hey, what's up, man? You want this? Ooh, let's look at the map. Examine. Yeah, that's an X, that's for sure. Calabash Road. Are these real streets? I'm looking this up. London. Just gonna do London, comma, Calabash Road. Okay, so there's a place called Calabash Cuisine. They are on Trafalgar Road. I don't think Calabash is a real street. Is Briar Road real? Briar Road, London, UK. Yep, that's real. What about Mearshcombe Street? No, not real. Okay. They made up streets, dude. Not cool. Briar Road is real. So at least they did one. Let's examine. Oh, yeah, dude. It looks like it says Iris. It probably wasn't even intentional. Briar Road, you think that was just a fake out? I think they're like, we'll just Mearshcombe Street, Calabash Road, and Briar. And they're like, okay, that's perfect. They didn't check if they existed or not. They just winged it. We can examine that, but that's going to take me down a hole, I'm sure. Let's present this. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? Just an accident. They probably didn't even look. They have no idea. I would have to email one of the detectives, one of the developers who worked on this, and be like, "Did you know this is a real street?" And they'd be like, "Oh, holy moly!" Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? From me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Get that here, at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Rog! Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? 5 shillings. What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... Oh... That's right, for the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time. Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me a bit of a butt of unpleasant jokes, but still... I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be very difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Shit. Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding mustache Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. Just over there, look. Oh. We already looked at that house. That is nearby indeed. So he he saw the stabbing and then just ran across the street and is like, okay, all good. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Giradeb. Garadeb. Right, well, if you see her again, make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it, you tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Okay, goodbye. And long live her ladyship. Okay. Is Wilson like royalty or something? So then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. Okay, let's go inside. There's lots of stuff to find here. What's with like the outfit draped over the cannon? Hello. May I help you? Yeah. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? Indeed it would, sir. And who, may I say, is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? Okay. No shame on the cannon. I'm just curious, like, why that color, you know? I don't think it matches it very well. Maybe like a nice red. Maybe like a rose red or something. Might be really nice. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. Oh! One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Miss Garadeb. Mr. Garadeb. Did you see that, Mrs. Zito? That was a real-life English maid. Holy shit! That's my fetish. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. Oh, it certainly feels like we've arrived now, doesn't it? Okay, calm down, Ryunosuke. We need only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far. Like, I don't need to see a dude working here. But I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadeb will see you now. This way. What's with the... He is like... Right... Where am I pointing? Right above him on the fireplace. He has, like, missiles. Oh, I guess they're for the cannon, right? Is that man the moon? Maybe Garadeb means something. Let's look it up. Garadeb. Oh, cute. So there's a Sherlock Holmes story called The Adventure of the Three Garadebs. That's cute. Good day to you, John Garadeb, at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot in the knee a few years back in the Battle of my wand, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. He is, in fact, the moon, yeah. The man from the moon. Cat's in the cradle with the silver spoon. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down the stairs now. I can tell you, don't get out as much as you imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garadeb, you were no doubt very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal is just a folderol. Folderol? What's a folderol? Folderol. Okay, a folderol, F-O-L-D-E-R-O-L, is a showy but useless item. It being used all the folderol of the athletic contests and the cheerleaders. Trivial or nonsensical fuss. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Let me pour tea first. Joan, fetch the... Oh my god. Dash it all, woman. Be careful. Oh, dearie me. I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hand. I shall be more careful, sir. Anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yeah, we'd be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps keep if it helps keep the peace here in Blighty. Blighty. Is Blighty a place? Half the streets aren't. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently. I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, you see, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around. You know, in this old house, would you believe it? Yeah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Ranced magazine here, so... Anyway, the chap's investigating the forward room as we speak. So he's in Sasaki-san's room. It's a bully nuisance, that's what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching in its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. Okay. Tell us about him. About Mr. Natsume, then. Mr. Garadeb, please do tell us. Oh, yes. The Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently, then. I have two lodges most of the time. One on the ground floor, and one just below us. On the first floor, the room became available a week ago. Oh! Dash it all, Joan. Do be careful. Oh, my. I think Joan's hiding something. I think this is on purpose. If you want to know my opinion... I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh? Why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition. Disposition? Always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had a shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man has trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Oh! Yes, oh yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else about the lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh, oh my word, yes. The man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed with books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time that everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. It's probably because he came from Japan, dude. He's probably used to sleeping how it was over there. What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh, I'm a busybody. Must it be known? I understood that neither of the lodgers of the house lived on this floor, is that correct? That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and the street level. Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times they come back in the evening, and, for example, even the times they go to bed. Hey, don't change the top. Hey, catch on tape? Good grief, Joan. Be more careful, woman. Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. How are his pants dry so quickly? That's what doesn't add up. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window around that time? The window? Yes, that thing made of glass over there, with spikes of wood going through it. Yes, we noticed the window over there looks out into Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garadeb household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour, and with the fog as well, I think I should have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well... yes? Was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that— Ooh! For the love of God, Joan! What's it you're doing? Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Why doesn't he fire Joan? She's given him, like, 3rd-degree burns a couple times now. Although, the water can't be that hot. She's been holding it for quite some time. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Oh, or yes? Narrow Hollow. I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour, nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garadeb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been something. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was a rather trifling matter. Joe, dash it all! What is the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir? Nothing happened? Yes, quite. Garadeb. This might be the last time we see him, too. Nothing happened. We sat down quiet, uneventful meal, John? That's right, Mr. Gaddadab. That's right. What's the matter with these two? John's gonna kill him at this rate. It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. If only I knew somehow. Alright, let's go take a look at the room. He's gonna get sent to the fire. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? It's on the very bottom floor. Just below us on the first floor. Oh, I thought he was on the ground floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak. Yes. Told me that's his name. Had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged with Mr. Sholmes' services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows what we'll find that could help us with the case, but we have to try. Who knows if we'll find some. I'm sorry. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak to Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Ciao. We could take a look around. This is like, ooh, what's that? Why is there a candle on the ground? This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say? Yeah, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason. That old thing, yes. It's just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Gimcrack, really? What's gimcrack? Gimcrack. Meaning flimsy or poorly made, but deceptively attractive. Gimcrack. Okay. Oh. Used it when I was studying, don't you know? For my commission. I know it's old, hardly worth hanging on to, really, but, well, it has some uses sometimes. Of course. Does everything in this room have some elaborate story behind it? They're memories, Mr. Naruhodo. Memories. Got it memorized? Ryunosuke, look at me. Memories. Okay. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my. A genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken and the crockery is... oh dear, it's in pieces. It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice. Ah, I wonder... perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Yeah, probably something like that. But let's not delve too deeply here. I'm pretty sure the wall would be gone if you shot the cannon. I'm assuming we wouldn't really be able to... oh, let's check the books. I noticed you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garadeb. Do you enjoy reading? Ever experienced a London winter, boy, and the nights are long? No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. Oh, there's a copy of Ranced Magazine here. You brought it up already. Susanoo, you already brought this up. You don't need to say it again. No doubt Mr. Garadeb enjoys the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, too. The great detective has many great followers, it would seem. Okay, let's get out of here now. Actually, give me a sec. We're gonna go see John. I'm gonna see John very quickly. I'll be very quick. You can count it on your watch right now, okay? I'm gonna be very quick. You can count to, let's say, 10 seconds. I'm just gonna shake his hand. Hold on. I'm not even going to put be right back. I'm just going to delete myself momentarily. Hello? Hello? John's doing fine. He says hello, by the way. He's well fed. Alright, let's go see Herlock Sholmes. Oh my god, it's a pigsty. How are we gonna find any goddamn clues in here? But there's a cat! Neko! Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountain of old books that are responsible for that. Do you see something? I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me either. It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes, once upon a time. But for some reason, it's closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. Lived, anyways. He will be hanged. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garadeb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Let's take a look. He's probably behind this. He's hiding somewhere. Do you think the books fell on him? Let's look at the cat first. First thing. Oh. Hello. Oh, goodbye. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master's away. He's dead under those books. That's what that smell is. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Oh, it's Natsume's cat. He brought it from Japan. Yeah. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Yeah, but I want to go home. That desk seems to be wedged into the crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Your books. Ah, yes. Mr. Natsume's name is on it, and look at the date. It's 2 days ago at 4:45. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before it was embroiled in a terrible attack. Before he stabbed that woman. I got my book. Here's a stabbing. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. Copy that. Hey! He didn't die. Where did you come from? Hold on, I'm gonna investigate some other stuff first. Save the best for last. Why is there a lock on this? There appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot inserting coins for inserting coins here too. Oh. Ah, I believe that is a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo. A gas meter? Yes. There's pipe. It seems there is piped gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. So if I were to put a coin in the slot, that would be enough gas to use lights and gas fire for the whole night. So if you're too poor to have coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold? Yep. As would a rich man who only carried a crisp white note. You gotta have coinage. Brrr, London is a scary place. Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I'd hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? I brought a Daruma doll? I don't remember that. Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same. And this cat sure is beckoning to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? Show doll, show doll. Ryunosuke, I hope we get to see our lodgings, because they're going to look for lodgings, right? I hope I get to explore that later. Maybe in the next episode. The finale. I want to explore my house. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? I want to give away. I can't look at this suspicious bag. Look at this bag and tell me that's not suspicious. Let me look at it. Alright. I'm gonna look at the books and it's just gonna be like crap. So let's just talk to Sholem, shall we? Yeah, it looks like it's supposed to be interacted with. I probably gotta talk to him and then we can talk to the book. Or to the briefcase. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. It's him, it's our guy. Aha, there he is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Shams. Oh. What a hoarder. Ah, you too. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes! We were together on the SS Buria, do you remember? You almost incriminated my friend here. He was almost put to the stokes. Ah, yes, of course. The Buria. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course. The case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh. Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr. Oh, no, my dear madam. Hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. What a great reintroduction. I love Mr. Sholmes. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me on the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. He remembered the names existed, at least. They weren't completely wrong names. They were just for the wrong person. So they apprehended Saseki-san in that short amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can descend to an extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, they are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure called The Study in Scarlet. Please, no need to quote yourself. I don't trust him? I trust him, I trust him! I trust this man! I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom. Unfortunately, my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about this trivial case you just mentioned. That's not up for question. He has killed at least one person. That's not even a question. He has 100% killed another human being. But that's not, it's not my place to judge. I'm just a defense lawyer. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased. And this murky room is an apt place to discuss this murky case. Another case for another day. We'll get to that. We'll get to it. There's a second game. Let's talk. The dingy room. Start with the basics. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. I feel like he's speaking from experience, but as we said, we will get to that later. Mr. Natsume stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly say that there is a window of sorts. Yes. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. It's been brick blocked. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by a number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. While the rich opened windows here and there everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. Some 40 years ago, thereabouts, the windows tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinary low price. Because this room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about a week ago. Give or take about a week. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm pretty curious now. Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yeah, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man. It was the first time I'd ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution of, that is, the services. And it was the first time I'd ever met a maid from the Great British Institution, that is, service. Oh, yes. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. It says here right in my great book. Yes, I read it as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid is common, betoken as a social standing for those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. And the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness! How extraordinary! As you can appreciate, for those on a precarious boundary between middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is one of the first of first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in situation upstairs. Specifically, in a retired army veteran, Mr. John Garadeb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes the circumstances of this case, I am yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. I'm thoroughly lost. I'm not just regular lost, I'm thoroughly. Nearly top to bottom. We know this to be the lodgings of a foreign Japanese student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems you insisted in his arrest, Mr. Schultz, for the stabbing of the woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it! Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you were under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop at which they had been purchased. When speaking with the proprietor, I immediately led to this address, Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there was a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in the bibliophily. Bibliothèque. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh, dear. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? Oh, you remembered! Huh. Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? Oh, I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients, to trust their innocence? Ryunosuke, it's not your place. Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Who did it? Who said that? Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it was of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. We knew that. We already knew that, right? Mr. Garrett is? Mr. Sholmes said it as much before, though, didn't he? We already did. We didn't need to be told that. We already knew that. Anyway, at present, this is really all that plays in my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garrett's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the Lenore sequel will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success. Of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Goodbye, Mr. Sholmes, goodbye. A busy man indeed. He's gone back into his book. There he is. Wonder if the books are going to say anything. Look at all the books. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No. What a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. I fucking hate books. Whoa! I'm gonna ride my motorcycle out of here. Bad dream for me. I hate being learned. Ah, so reading is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as a tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. What's this up here? What is that? Can I look at the doctor's case now? Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, the trash. I don't want to look at his trash. Look at all these balls. There's notes scrawled all over them in English. It looks like the wastepaper basket is so full they just started falling out. I think Mr. Natsume has been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? or deeply adverse to tidying up his mess. I would like to speculate which is closer to the truth. I wouldn't like to speculate. Okay. We haven't been to this place in a while. It's been like 20 minutes. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah, yes. Rings a vague bell. All the detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you... For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bodily well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, okay. We're deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. You don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. You have a maid, why does she show us out? According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrett is hiding something. It's probably behind the... I wish I could put my hand on the screen. It's right here, where my fingers are right now. I hope you don't mind us looking around a little. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Something appeared over here. What the hell? That's Mr. Sholmes' ass. Gotta get a green screen. I ain't got money for that. Kidding me? That's big bucks, baby. That's like next level stuff. I don't even think I have the room for that. Like this is Chelsea's desk back here. Where am I supposed to put this green screen? Just buy a green sheet. What the hell? Where am I supposed to hang it from? The ceiling? This is an apartment. I can't just go drilling holes in the ceiling. The only one I've seen is there's one that's a standing thing, that like a tarp that you pull down. I think Elgato makes it. And you can like fold it up and stuff, but it's like $200. It's crazy. Thumbtacks? Maybe. Maybe. That's a lot of work to get ready for a stream, though. I can't just roll something out. I gotta, like, get up on a step stool, stick thumbtacks in the ceiling, and then roll down this giant sheet. I think the most expensive part of a green screen is the lighting. Don't worry, I can blow myself out, dude. Don't worry, I can blow myself out. Don't worry, I got the gist. I know what you're saying. Does it look this blown out when I'm big cam? No, not, my shirt does. My shirt looks really blown out right now. Right here. I'm like bioluminescent, dude. I'm radiant. Such a clean white shirt. I'm glad it sells that way, because it's not. There's like a big, nasty, like spaghetti stain up here or something. You just can't see it. So trust me, it's a nice clean shirt. And it says, banana. Also, the shirt is massive, by the way. Look how big this shirt is. This is a big ass shirt. But it's huge. Bananas, pajamas. I love this shirt. It's a great shirt. Hold on, I'll turn the light down. There we go. It's a bit better. I'm a little less blown out this way. I kind of blend in with the background here because it's kind of dark, but I'm a little less blown out. Banana. Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Don't call me Shirley. Yeah, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Maybe let's not. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. What about Herlock? What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes! Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious! Why did you sneak in here? When did you sneak in here? And why? Herlock Sholmes, sir. At your service. Whatever are you doing over there by the window? I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly cheerful as the room was downstairs, undoubtedly it lacks the aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of a space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye on one's windows at dusk is a prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Oh, that's me. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he... I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. There is just enough time for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. We're gonna uncover the secret. Mr. Garrett, though it would seem you are a military man of considerable distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by carefully observing your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of that ferocious beast in your care. Eh? And the second is that as a result of this beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken into a cold sweat. Just the way I like them before I snatch the facts out of their brain. Tell me your secrets, old man! Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How? How could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Og. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Let's do a dance of deduction. Logic and reasoning spectacular, go! Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. We already looked at that. that a fearsome beast is on the rampage within these four walls. And thus we are faced with the question, what form might the beast take? Ah, for a man with military breeding, your eyes sure are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garadeb, leads us directly to your answer. It's a lion! The true nature of the beast that is rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which tried to keep at this very house. What? What? Yet, living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you imagined. The chilling traces of the wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me that one glance in your direction. It is? Her pocket! Her pocket! Which is your pocket? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus now. Ah! Yes, you sought to dispose of the terrifying lion, Mr. Garadeb. At Batty's Circus. A traveling show is currently sojourning in the nearby park. I have observed it. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I most certainly did not. No, I didn't. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Oh great, now we gotta see how this really was. Okay. Now, Mr. Garadeb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Oh, we put him to sleep with that, did we? Indeed. In that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Ugh. Ugh. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man, I simply... But what we must ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Money. It is the pile of bills has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has a devastating impact on financial circumstances in your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last, unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? It looks like someone just dropped a candle on the ground and burnt the carpet. Does it look like it was a lion attack? A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Oh, this time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who had inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has set upon a very answer, very neatly indeed. Cakes. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiable appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet. They're a perfect match with the lion I once saw in India. Can we look at the teeth marks again? Let me inspect the teeth marks. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Alright, let me take a crack at it. Let me take a crack at it now. I got it. Oh! What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garadab. I'm afraid I didn't notice. Joan, you bitch! I will fire you. Your glances give away everything, and now you're burning me again. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again? Well, your deductions just now are pretty much wrong. Here, let me correct them. They're pretty close, though. If you had looked a little to the left, or to the right, you would have seen the candelabra. Or the candlestick, not a candelabra, sorry. Do you really think a lion could fit inside this a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. A terrifying truth all often lies beneath the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be a bad idea considering what lies inside? But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? I did not like that sentence. That hit me hard. But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garadeb and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Didn't he say he hurt his leg? He said he hurt it in the war, but... This is the man who had a lion in his room. Ah, that's where you were stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Masusaro. It occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands in Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh, what a glorious notion! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage. That's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it! I'm gonna do it! Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least that's what I want to believe. That's what Cosmo would do. Okay. Let's break apart his deductions and solve what really happened here. Something was rampaging there. I don't know what, though. And where's he looking? He's not looking at the lion. A little bit to the left. Okay. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garradeb's reaction, it rather seems as though the beast did indeed run amok in here. Yeah, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Garradeb's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer.
Take that!
Take that! With the butter wouldn't melt accomplice, the cannon. But war is good for nothing. What is it good for? It only brings destruction, something we must all strive to understand. Do you just walk around with a sword? Yeah, it's my law sword. Yeah, it's my sword for solving crime. It has my friend's soul in it. What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? Just following the natural progression of the deduction. Sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is, you did not have a turn for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Don't know. I thought it was gonna be the mortars. Oh, right, I forgot I can spin the thing. Oh, right. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garradeb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deep there. Does anyone recognize those little feet? She's tiny. I think this is our victim. I think this is our stabbing. I think this is our stab victim. But no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form. Rinosuke, dude. I think powerful would be the kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh, look! Have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Rinosuke is very judgy. Okay. he doesn't know English very well, all right? So we're going to give him a pass, but the next one, Rinosuke, you're on the hook for. Sorry, buddy. If you say someone's plump again, and say that there's a lot of horsepower there, you're going to jail. You're going to jail. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. Horsepower, straight to jail. Let's present it. Why would you not present this? This must have been when Mr. Garrett was still in the army. He seemed to be carrying a rather stout bride effortlessly. This is still considered in the same moment. So, after he's resolved this moment, these thoughts are concluded. Then he goes to prison. I suppose he was very strong in his younger years. Hard to imagine now. He's as thin as a rake.
Take that!
That's a no. I just got a big fat no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When it brings up the things, like being like, oh, here's how many chances you got left. That's how you know you messed up. They wouldn't show me that if I didn't mess up. So, my guess is that she came in here, they fought for some reason. And then she left and got stabbed.
Take that!
Got it. The true nature of the beast that run rampant in here is revealed to be that of the newlywed bride. Well, newlywed as in 10 years ago, but, you know. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. I love the amount of finger snapping going on. Yes, this frame print pictures your wife, Mr. Garrett. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. He said it again! Just stop saying horsepower! Indeed, surely any woman as powerful, with such a powerful constitution, would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be... Okay, Rinosuke gets it now. Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrett. Yeah. The chilling traces of the wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? They're in the hospital right now. They have been stabbed. Is my guess. Me? Oh. It's not his maid, that's his wife. That poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Garrett anywhere. But it seems there may be clues to her whereabouts. clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garrett's wife could be. It's the maid. Oh, 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 there it is, there it is.
Take that!
Gotcha. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue about the beast's current whereabouts. Ah. Ah. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives it away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garredeb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you're no ordinary household maid. Yeah. No. You are Mr. Garredeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garredeb herself. Oh my word! Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is my wife, yes. My Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say. Oh my god! It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, but you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, that you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment, a man of his pride, you know. By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't afford a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considerable opinion, such concerns are about appearances are folly. You mean Mr. Garredeb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garredeb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret. Please. Okay. The raging wife. Okay, so then who's the person who got stabbed outside? I was sure it was going to be the wife, and then he, like, took it out on his place. Now, Mr. Garredeb. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is invariably tangible. Ooh! Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Okay. He's still calling Mr. Garredeb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Miss Garredeb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm seems to be propping up his head. Has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garredeb's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? Okay. Oh, he got slapped on the face. Slapped cheek, that's why he kept turning away. Is there anything else? Aw, do they have matching rings? Oh, his is the moon! Aw, that is cute. I like that. She's got the moon and she's got the sun and he's got the moon. And they're doing like some role-playing stuff. It's cute. They're spicing up their relationship.
Take that!
Your hand weighs heavy on your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel is being revealed by that of the slapped cheek. Ah, of course. The deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek refuses to fade. Was you, Madam Joan Garadeb? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide that slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ugh! I see it now, I see it so clearly. How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garadeb to fly into a rage. What is she looking at? What's she looking at over here? We need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. It's the bills, it's the bills. Is it the book? Didn't Mr. Sholmes say the bills were all for lion fodder? Yeah, but now we've established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for the gobbling up all that food was Mr. Mr. Naruhodo. She's a person, not a thing. Yeah. She's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. That's true. You never give in to violence. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes. Why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Oh, saucy. Pretty saucy, if I must say. Mr. Garadeb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, it isn't. It's a note written on a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look, next to the signature here, some luscious lip marks. They did say lip marks. Made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. I found it. Ooh. Shit broken on the floor, too.
Take that!
But who's Mary? Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here? Jug! What? I don't know the bully woman. You don't know her. That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I meant to say. A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place, and the note must have already been in there. So, the previous owner of this book was using notes as a bookmark. That's right. That's what I meant. Oh. Joan's gonna kill him. A likely story? For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. James can be, a nickname for John, right? A likely story? Are you questioning my name now? It'd be sick if it left the ring mark on his face. It'd be really nice. A nice touch. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicious of a female heart, and you unleash the beast with a ferocious bite. Ugh. Now, in the final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath, which can be clearly seen observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. It's the candle, it's the candle! It's not the cakes, it's the candle! But surely Miss Garrett didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray in this room is a result to her wild temper. No, that's not true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only follow Mrs. Garretev's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright. Yes! It's the candle! It's the candle! This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Looks like to me even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be very dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. 1, 2. Oh, there is one missing. We solved it, we solved it.
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yeah, the remnants of the ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. I knew it, I knew it! Indeed they are. The scorch marks on the edge clearly give away the truth. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Garretev's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, bada bang, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall behind the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. Double snap! After the sparks of marital discord flew, the room was the scene of a fire. Yep. Oh my god, he's gonna kill us. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sir, I salute you! Neat and tidy. But that did nothing to forward the case. Absolutely squat. In these dashed long winters, you know, nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop around the corner. buy all my old novels there. Oops. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished is rather closer to the mark. And Beeston is most certainly aptly to... Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell to the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bully thing. I was caught between two Styx rage and the raging flame. The old Styx rage. You paint a torrid picture, sir. Only one that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for ya. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bully furniture started going up as well. We have to hide the mess behind a screen for the time being. I see. Over here, Mr. Gardeb? Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Dun 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 dun. Damn, this place is fucked up. Bless this mess, I mean. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There I was, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming in 10 to the dozen. Worst of it, I lost my favorite, the book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride, ah yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. Sure. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and old stick fell full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. At the exact same time as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window down the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have flattened outside my window at that moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? Everyone's got their own ellipses going on. Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? What can I do for you? Well, I think we got to the bottom of Mr. Garadeb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man was hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret proved to be relevant or not. It's like weird, like I don't even know what this pose is. What's this pose? I just knew you were gonna say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall in one of two categories. Those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. But now we know that this is no longer relevant to the case, so it's good. It's good to get it out of the way, right? Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make it up your mind now. Visiting hours at prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have to we have official paperwork to attend to. That just got all messed up in my brain. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves in bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garadeb. Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Soseki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. Okay, go to prison. Damn, we got nothing. We got nothing on the case. We're gonna go in with zero evidence of anything. Yeah, I know. Let's hail a ca- Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over in front of the Garadeb's house. Oh? Who the hell is this? What the? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Oi, who you calling old man, you rum-looking nimny-pimny? There are more things in heaven or earth, Horatio. There are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella? Who are you on about? Excuse me. What the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. Is that a lady? This guy on the side? Right here? Or the princely looking fellow? I think it's just a prince. He's got like an updo though. A lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan. I'm from Japan. You know? Glorious Nippon. I have my katana right here to prove it. I'm sword wielding. It's Popeye. It's slightly tanned Popeye. Tusk. Fine, I'll be on my way for the day. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Oh my god. He's a Power Ranger. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? Oh! What the hell just happened? I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Easter maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was that about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Garadeb residence? Oh, fair Easter maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I dwell in this humble abode. Oh, this is the guy on the first floor. On the ground floor. Yeah. This must be the man. This guy lives in this building? Why? I gotta know. Did you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worth of polemist in my battle of words ne'er there could be. Battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so, good gentlemen, I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well, goodbye. Ciao. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsume. He can't really help us. That's probably his alibi, dude. He's probably doing wordplay. With Mr. Soseki-san and the man as lodgers, the Garadeb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. I forget this. I think this guy's voice was just really squeaky. I think that's what we were going for. I think we're a squeaky man here. Okay. Oh, it's you. You're here. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no. Think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure. I just spit all over my keyboard. Purr with pleasure. At the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese. Oh, wow. I mean, oh now. Let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. Who is this? Who is this? On the other hand... Oh! Herlock! It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the facts. Such is my belief, at least. Yes, it's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything, per se, save observing, of course. Whatever you mean, Mr. Sholmes. Well, I have encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room. And having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodations here offer a window, my dear fellow. In the sense, it is a superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, cost me not a penny. You? How dare you? Herlock Sholmes. He's going into a rage. This man could kill. I believe that this man could kill now. Ugh. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was all a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck would be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned. Accursed and bedamned. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description. Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Let's ask about the cursed lodgings first. I'm gonna grab a quick water. Anyone want anything? I'm grabbing a water, okay? You just hit me up. I'll know. I'm gonna grab a water. Hold on. It's a lot of talking. I got ice water. I'm iced up. Banana. Yeah, we're chilling. Need to wet my whistle. Okay. Tell me about your cursed lodgings, buddy. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garrett's house, I assume. What do you mean you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started noticing strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces. Everywhere I look is foreign faces. Foreign spaces. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become very nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me all the time. Staring all the time. So I shut myself away in my room. But even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I had to move a number of times, most recently to that room in the Briar Road a week ago now. Yeah, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed. Oops." He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. If not, don't mention it there in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean, the room really is cursed then? What's the case called? The Clouded Kokoro? What's a Kokoro? Kokoro. Meaning. The Japanese word... Oh, we looked this up last time. It means heart or mind. Mind, body, and spirit. I remember that. Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I feel as though I'm being choked to death. And in the waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. No one wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone. Just one person on my side. It's me. I'll be the person. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really? No one at all? To believe, yes. To believe. I'm starting to believe. I'm starting to believe. Hold on, I need to know about the curse trial first, though. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. This guy is lost in the sauce. He basically hasn't slept in a week, I'm guessing, and is losing his mind. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper or the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me. Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for prosecution. What's this dude on? He's on 0 hours of sleep in the last week or so, because he thinks his room is cursed. He specifically mentioned he's seeing visions of him walking down the street and people in front of him are being stabbed. And I'm supposed to believe that this man is innocent. When he's now in jail for someone on the street who was in front of him has been stabbed. This man didn't sleep for so long, he went insane. Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly. He's clearly innocent. Okay. He would, yeah, he yells in all caps, that's true. He does use caps lock effectively. Sounds like someone drugged him. Hey, lick this frog. Okay. And I'm from Japan, so please don't bully me, Mr. Englishman. I'll lick all the frogs you need. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, someone murdered him, set him ablaze. I don't think we're going to see the end of this case today. We're at 4 hours. And I can't be up too late because Chelsea has to go to bed really early. And I don't want to be yelling. So I think we'll maybe get another hour, which I don't think we'll finish it. Hopefully, we can end at a checkpoint. Mr. McGilded. When do you ever yell? That's pretty true. I don't really yell. What? Right? That was just me speaking louder than normal. Normally I'm very whisper quiet. I'm just right up in here going, yo, what's up everyone? What's going on as everyone's evening going? It's a wonderful 9:30. I know you love ASMR. It's a wonderful 9:30. I don't think I have I have probably the worst ASMR voice in existence, so you're welcome. Ah, I am impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us so. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. I don't know, he seemed a little unhinged, but I trust Barrack Von Zeeks. I trust him. For whatever reason, the man seemed trustworthy. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is? Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Let's learn about the Reaper, dude. I need that Reaper lore. If he's gonna be our new husband after Kazuma, then I need to know about him. If I'm gonna present to him. Van Zeeks is quite an exceptional man, however, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate winning every case without exception. That's good. Saseki looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular can somewhat easily be manipulated. Right, criminals. And their corrupt lawyers in that matter can use it for their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means, in even light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, is from time to time, my dear madam, it is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zeeks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled on a passing carriage, or perhaps they fall into Thames and drown. Or perhaps they are overcome with raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no. Help me. All examples of the reality of the events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm dead. Dodo, done for, doomed. He's got like the gums. He's got like this going on. Okay. I believe. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on Estes Buria, if you recall. The Buria. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Well, yeah. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story, and you helped us investigate. I did I? Interesting. I love how he doesn't even remember. He's like, oh yeah, I guess I helped. What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? I see, yes. You mean... because you were grimly dressed. Shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in the locked room. Well, if you like, yeah. I'm a little surprised that the answer really requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor that which you were telling me. You see, the only things I believed in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. No. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust another is the final analysis down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not you can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe in myself. I trust myself. A good defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Kazuma. You were so right, Kazuma. That's our dead friend, whose sword we now have wrapped around our waist. I think his headband is on it too, if I'm not mistaken. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we are leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh. Oh, dear. There is never enough time. Oh, there's never enough time, is there? We still haven't told this guy we're taking him on as our client. Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else and trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope that you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Ugh. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got here in the end. Ah, remember? What sweet memories. Miss Susato, yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. I don't think he said that. I don't think Mr. Sholmes said that he believes in me. Time that I learned to believe in myself. And that's how I ended up in this wacky situation. He said it with his hat flick. To be continued, okay. So we're probably not gonna hit the next checkpoint. It seems like it's going like 2 hours. Every 2 hours we basically hit a checkpoint. Hold on. Sorry. Okay. Save your current progress? Yeah. Oh, wait, no, that's B. Whoops. I almost said no. Okay, trial part 1. We're in the trial. So we will at least see about an hour of the trial. We're gonna see Barrack von Zeeks. Yes. I hope so, anyways. I hope we see him. I miss him. Barrack von Zeeks, you'll get introduced soon. You're gonna see him. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Sorry, I'm chewing on an ice cube. For the person on the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Oh. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. He's still twigged out, dude. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. Actually, my eyes are a little itchy right now. Susato. My eyes are a little irritated. I think it's because I'm doing so much reading off a screen. 4 hours of reading off a screen. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yeah, I've heard that expression. I really don't want to catch the worm. I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. This guy needs to sleep bad. and now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. Okay. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm... too terrified, too tremble. You're trembling right now, though. Really? Because I can feel tremors on the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. What was that pose? Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yeah? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery when I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato? It's probably because he's from Japan, right? So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? She does look pretty smug right now. Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Fanzeeks? Is that right, Mr. Sato? Wait, that was me talking. I purchased as many different papers as I could in this morning, and yes, Lord Fanzeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Ah, yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? We don't need to see flashbacks. This is not the time for flashbacks. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made in even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, and for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question on the papers are asking, and they are all suspecting various answers. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga in the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume. But that is how the papers describe it. Well, lest we forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention, but there's another blatant similarity with the trial 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you! Me? Well, I suppose it's true. Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're best friends with you're best friends. That was me putting that in there. That's a self-insert. You're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yeah, it's true that I'm just a student new to London, with little in the way of experience or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner. I will fight your corner. I will fight your corner. Oh, I just poked myself right in the eye. I will fight your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. I'm gonna fight this corner. Oh, stop. Put the gun down. That's it. You know what? I'm fighting this corner. I'm shooting. Oh, God. It's pointing it back at me. I give up. I give up. Put it down. Nana? In a Nana corner? Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here. With us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Unless you're murdered, then you will have no one on your side because you'll be in the pits of hell for committing, you know, the crime, because you were obviously guilty. You will be hung. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba, Esquire S. I don't like that one. That one doesn't roll as well. I am in your debt forever. I shall oh. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. Court is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Okay. Okay, here we go. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Oh! I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. But he believed in us to the last because he was my best friend. I don't really believe that he was saying believe in anyone to the end. You're supposed to believe in yourself. Trust yourself. Not everyone else. There he is, there he is, there he is. It's Beric von Zeeks. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court be in session. I now call upon the counsels for prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are truly a fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived here in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susuda-san. After all, our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. He's also drinking, by the way. He's also got some wine going. Where am I pointing? There we go. Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion come later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Let's toast. If you got one, toast him. Swish it around. Cheers. I don't got one. Well, I'm all out now. I have nothing. My throat hurts. And is this dude what? Racist? Is that what you're gonna say? He's not. He loves us. We're his best friend. And we're Japanese. I know it's the problem. It's because it's low quality voice acting. If you're a high quality voice actor, your voice never gets tired. Clank. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in the court as impartial members of the public? Ooh, who are our jurors this time? I remember that guy. He was from the last case. Are these all the same people? No, she's new. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. It's the Horseman! It's Horseman! What's his name? Shit! I can't remember this guy's name. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get, a peace-loving fellow. It's Wifey! I am afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what we're waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Huh? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Dude looking like a loaf, oh yeah. Half the characters look like a loaf, straight up. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. Swish. And while our country has extended its foreign student the war and Mr. welcomes. Regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Already? He's whipping wine glasses already? We just started. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who is doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst bloody oath they are. Just look at the shallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get this over with. Everyone with me now, 1, 2, 3. Huh? I'm sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. There's some great relations going on here between the British and the Japanese, obviously. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Oh, shit. Your name and occupation, if you please. No wonder he said he's of the highest standard, dude. Gregson was talking up himself. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson. Oh, I can do an English accent for him now. Great detective at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now. She's been comatose ever since. What? They don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. The map he gave us. I remember the X. You remember that? We looked at that X together, remember? As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement, run alongside the Briar Road. A wide thoroughfare with horse-drawn vehicles. Never seen an X in my life? What the heck? That's not there. That wasn't there before. It had not been long since it stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Okay. A file containing the overview of the case and the details of the victim. She was found with a knife in her back and is currently in the hospital, yet to regain consciousness. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. If there's anything I know about London, it's you get stabbed when you go there. With a heavy blade like that, almost anyone would have been able to stab the poor woman. So don't get any ideas. Look at that stern look on her face. Don't look at me like that when you say that. Even the scragged look in Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. She's gonna stab the fuck out of you. I have my katana, though. I have my katana. Don't mess with me. I will sheath my katana. Go to London, get stabbed. Exactly. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Can't show that on stream? Oh, yeah? I'm gonna do the classic duel. The classic duel. I'll even do it Jin Sakai's way. Bring it. Sharpened blade. Ready to cut at the soul. You're getting banned? Yeah, right. Twitch. Bring it. Look at this weapon. Look at this. Look how massive this blade is. Look at how long it is. It fits across the entire screen. Can you believe that? Like, I can't even fit the hilt on camera. I have to put it as its own thing. We will, of course, sheath our weapon. Don't worry. No one will stab me on the streets of London when I have this. Don't worry. Nobody on the streets of London is going to mess with me. A large but commonplace folding knife. It was found lodged in the victim's back. Okay. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we are looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from this, it feels weird sticking with the Irish accent when I know he's not Irish. But it's very distinctive now. Like, he's the only one who's Irish here. Because he's very clearly an Englishman. Because he has fish and chips. But I feel like if I do an English accent now, it's gonna get mixed up with Sholmes and Baron von Zeeks and stuff. It's too much. Whereas the only other Irish guy we knew died. He got burnt. Apart from visiting secondhand shops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Yes! Other than they saw each other, right? If theft and grievance have been ruled out as a motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume have possibly had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
This is why we love Barak von Zeeks. He just whips shit around the courtroom. And his text for, like, his objections is way cooler than ours. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured this hallowed bouquet. I want to say banquet, but no. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Okay. We're gonna get to do our first cross-examination, it appears. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there's unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else to be seen, or about the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind, and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Why would he drop his belongings if he was planning to stab the woman? Those being a number of books he just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke arrested him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Ah, yes. I can clearly see the books to which you were referring. I wish I could make out the titles. Fat, crispy fries, some wedges, dude. Some wedges. Wedges and fish. I don't think I've ever had fish and chips, but it's wedges instead of, like, regular cut fries. Like, you can have thick russet cut fries, but they're not, like, wedges. Never had wedges. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Skip the fish? I love fish. I love fish. I would rather skip the fries. I love fish. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mrs. Zato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had happened. As I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. I got to get away. A green overcoat? That's exactly what the woman in print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has nothing more to admit. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he'd fled the scene of the terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of heinous crime of stabbing a woman in the back. Shut up. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them. The victim and the accused. Wait. Okay, I'm waiting. You know what? That's a great point. I feel like an English accent, while a poor facsimile, a poor accent in itself coming from myself, is more of an aspiration to sound like an English person for the character's sake. But if I were to put on a Japanese accent, it would be almost, because I'm playing everything in a comedic state, it would almost seem as if I were making fun of the fact that Japanese people, when they speak English normally, like it would be for Naruhodo and Susato and all the other Japanese characters, fish out of water situation where they don't speak English very well. It would almost seem like I'm making fun of that, which I wouldn't want to do. Wouldn't want that to be insensitive, you know? Is that clean enough? Clean? Okay. Backed me into a corner with that one. In other words, there is nobody else who could have possibly stabbed the woman. Would you believe me if I said I definitely didn't have that one in my back pocket for when that got brought up? Didn't even cross my mind. I didn't even think for a second to try and do a Japanese accent. I just figured that all the Japanese people would probably sound different, so I just made them sound normal to me. Whereas these are all English people, so I try to, play it up a little bit. Plus, they all seem like such characters, They seem like such wild characters. Like, this guy is insane. Barrack von Zeeks? To me. Everything is always IMO. Everything. Just add it on to the end of everything, in my opinion. To me. In my personal opinion. A fact that the accused concedes. Ugh. Thought I heard someone. It seems that this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. I have a feeling there's going to be many cases during this case that it'll be our only chance to turn things around. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Let's, we're gonna press as soon as I see John. I've been drinking a lot of liquids to keep my throat from being really dry, and so it leaves me having to see a lot of John. I'll be very... I'm gonna be the swiftest I've ever been, ever, I promise. I'm gonna run. I'm back. It smells like spaghetti in my bathroom right now, for whatever reason. I think someone's cooking spaghetti in the apartment next door. And it just translates down. Pretty swift? Okay. I had to get my hands washed. That was the longest part. I went to the I went to go see John. And I went to shake hands. And honestly, the handshake just blasted out. Just like, boom. And we just shook hands really quick. Very swiftly. But then I had to clean my hands, obviously. COVID. Took a lot longer than I expected. Let's press them.
Hold it!
Let's get to pressing. Hold it! A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. Gotta make sure I killed the germs. Oh, yeah. Those germs? Watch it. I got my eye on you. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Tastes like rubber. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fella like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine it gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. Just how quaint. That one hurt. That one got me. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of incidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day, I was very nearly trampled by the horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Yeah, you don't want to get run over. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was rather somewhat lighter than usual. In fact, no doubt lamented by the accused. We'll keep pressing till we get something.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witness to the crime had told us. Ah, yes. Inspector Gregson mentioned that their witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation in your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated at night by gas-lit streetlights. Gas streetlights, sorry. Ah, the prosecution believes there would have been ample time, or ample light, to which have witnessed the crime. Why, here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. We actually killed darkness. We put a gun to its temple and said, "Bow, darkness," and it said, "Oh, fuck." It left and never came back. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to... It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Shall we continue with your testimony, Inspector? Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. I guess that was out of the blue. What would I have to present? Let me see. The local map. Let's examine this. What's this? Incident report. A young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Victim, Olive Green. Oh wait, her name is Olive Green? Her name is Green Olives? What? Her parents hated her. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Apart from a single stab wound with a large knife, no other sign of injury was observed. The assailant was seen running away by a reporting officer and successfully arrested the next day. Okay. That does not give us much insight. Let's examine this. Why is the tip broken off? Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Mr. Sato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear. I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. I think odds are that it's still lodged in the victim. Where's the blood at? They probably... That's a great question. Where is the blood? Why would they have cleaned it? I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna leave it like that. I wonder if it stays like that. It does not. Wonder if I can gleam anything. Okay. Your books, 4:45 p.m. Customer name Mr. Natsume. The sum of 2 shillings tendered to the receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq. A meal for Gabriel. Canterbury Yearnings. Not much going on here.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. That's a pretty great photograph. All the other ones that we've seen have been black and white, haven't they? Yes, quite so. Oh, yeah, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less? I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's been treated at Bart's. I was hopeful she'd come around before the trial, so I started to take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yeah, that's indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of the events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
Hold it!
He doesn't like my wide eyes. I think he's referring to how when Ryunosuke is confronted, he always goes... Like he's always got his eyes as open as they could possibly be. Like, oh my god. As he darts his eyes around like a madman. And sweat protrudes from his forehead. I don't think he's particularly referring to his eyes in the other many racist attempts he's made. Racist comments, sorry, not racist attempts. That makes no sense. I think you'll find all there is in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yeah, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged if they're fallen in the snow, of course. The accused could have easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means... his other hand would have been free to wield the knife, for example. So he's just walking around with books. He's got books in one hand and a knife in the other. He's just like walking down the street. Oh. And then goes, oh shit. And then drops all the books. Goes, whoops. Drop those books. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with the books. He's managed to close one of the avenues of escape we might have had before we knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. I don't like that. You can't just guess that. Those being the number of books he just bought, he was on his way from home from a bookshop, it seems.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused for the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The block's room is stacked to floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, yeah, I must. I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. How far is it? Oh, okay, it's right on the corner. The closest secondhand bookshop with the accused lodgings is here at Bourbon Books. That name doesn't seem familiar. I'm gonna have to look at the thing. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mearscombe Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in the lodgings on the other side of Briar Road on the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he had taken home. I have a feeling it didn't work out like that. Something like this. That's just conjecture, though. Yeah, I concur with your conclusion. That's too many conking. Everyone's conking around here. I'm conking with your conk. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yeah. The most important point that the inspector just brought up was... okay. Examine. Your books. Right. He didn't go to that bookshop. He went to your books. So it's the book's name. The bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know, the inspector sucks at his job. He just went with conjecture, dude. He's too busy eating his fish and chips. Too busy munching away on his newspaper roll full of fish and chips. Clank. Ratchet and clank. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Do you think it's salted? Do you think he pours a little salt on there and then eats them, or do you think he just eats them raw? He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a secondhand bookshop apparently patronizes. Apparently. Just gonna... I think they're already salted. They don't need more salt. True. What? No. This ain't McDonald's. They don't pre-salt them. I just had a look at what Chelsea's playing. Sorry. Chelsea's playing the shit-flinging game. Ark. Who cooks without salting? I mean, there might be salt in there, but you know, when you get your fish and chips, you put a little extra salt on there. I do a little extra salt. Some tartar sauce, some salt. You got a tasty treat there. I'm licking my fingers just thinking about it.
Objection!
We caught him. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt for what we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and the details here purchased as 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accursed's room, did you? Accused's room, not the accursed. All salt will kill time? All that salt will kill you? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Just don't add the salt before. Why would... Okay, so you just cut up some potatoes. Right, so you just cut up some potatoes. And you got them in your fryer. Air fryer or oil fryer. Where's the salt coming from? The natural saltiness of the potato? You're just putting them in oil. There's no salt there. You just put a little salt on afterwards. You take them out of the fryer. Oh my god, they're sizzling. They're... Throw them on your plate. You got your plate of fish right, or chips right now. You just salt a little salt on there. Delicious. Just a little salt. That's all the salt you're adding to this. Maybe if you do the fish, if I cook anything, I add salt and pepper before cooking. You're putting salt in oil? I'm pretty sure that's a fire hazard. So you've got a vat of oil ready for your chips to go in. You got your peeled potatoes right now. You got your peeled... Let's fully visualize this, okay? Let's say this is full of peeled potatoes right now. You bake your fries? What? You're not really living then, my friend. And what? You salt? So you have your fries. Let's say you have your peeled potatoes. You got them sliced down the middle into 16 pieces or whatever the fuck. You're putting them in the oven. You got your tray, right? You got a tray of potatoes right here. Going right in the oven. Going right into the sizzle factory. Right? You salt them first? Wet potatoes? You have wet potatoes and you're salting them. Sure, when they come out, then you salt them. You bring them out of the tray. You go, ooh, these are looking great. Pour a little salt on there. Right? Like, this is a great, tasty meal now. You don't salt them before. Do I have to get you an air fryer? I can't have you eating fries like that, my man. It's not right. I hope you're taking the time to write out exactly how you do your fries. I hope you're taking the time. I hope this is a step-by-step process on what you're doing with your fries. I'm taking the time. You're certainly taking your time. Let's just get back. Oh my god. You could even just get a big pot, fill it with oil, get the oil boiling, and then stick some fries in. You don't have to bake them. They're so much better fried. That's why they're called French fries. French fries, I should say. It's because they're fried. You fry them. Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name on the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yeah, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, did you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand shop, not far from the Bourbon Books. It's just that. Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
That's not your call to make. That is not your call to make, Inspector. We didn't bring you up to the stand to make accusations based on your assumptions. But in fact, it is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Beric von Zieks. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
Yeah, it does. What if you took a different way home? I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here. If that might be of help, you think the map might help? Oh, yeah, thanks. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant has been returning from bourbon books, then yes, he would have almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, then it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Oh, could it be true? My, it rather depends on where the other bookshop is, but I do declare that might be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street, going east. Ah, so he still could have taken the same way home. Technically, he could have still taken the same way home. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. Pouring another one already, huh? My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future in the circus! I almost want to end it right there. To your future career in the circus. To your future career in the circus. Cheers. Grr, you put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. Here we go. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why he's saying this was all pointless. If the accused was coming from home from the York Books instead of Bourbon Books, it would still be the same. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place. The victim was stabbed. But could he have been there? It would depend on how long it takes you, right? No, he said he overtook her. So he in fact did see her, and she screamed. He said, like, Natsume said that she screamed and then fell when he went to overtake her, like, pass her. So this was a detour for nothing. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate my learned, if what somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Yeah, he was right beside her, didn't see shit. As I suspected, you can't try and fool me. You can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What I say then, eh? I've had enough of this now. I beg your pardon. Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Should we have this guy on the jury? Really? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What? What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. So they claim Saseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from Your Books, but Objection! The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. I don't know how, but I'm gonna prove it by the seat of my pants. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested here by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Oh yeah, he could have gone down here, and then he overtook her, and then she turned the corner and screamed, right? What are you screaming about? Why are you screaming? Yeah, you're playing the poopy shit game. You gotta pick it up. You gotta pick up your poop. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. Ah. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take the longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious road back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But, aha! Yes, I got it. Do I? Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which way he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimless from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. Oh, I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... I agree with Lord Van Zeeks. Wholeheartedly and in every way. Did I lose? I think so. I think we just executed our fellow countrymen. What? I don't believe it. We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon the members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Huh? Wait, no, this has happened before, and I've been able to turn it. This has happened before. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. This has happened before. We can turn it. We can turn it. I just need something really crazy. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. Am I gonna call upon the thing again? I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of a quarry yet willing to give up and die. Let me pull up my sleeves. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? The rights of defense written in the antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. You betcha. Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out the summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of law, we shall proceed with summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with the Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley. Yeah, but oh my god. He's all too familiar, but he was on the wrong side last time. He lost. You will each explain on which grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Okay. Who am I attacking? Okay. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity's already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why could it only have been the victim? The man wouldn't have gone around his house in the way back from the shop. Wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the shop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing. Huh? Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. He's not Irish. Let's drop that immediately. I was just supposed to be like, not worth a visit. With only minor exceptions, the reason for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced that Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did they have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yeah, I know. I have to turn the tide. I know. Okay, so we gotta attack the jurors. Let's break them down. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. So a summation examination, explained to me before, is you take the statements said by the jurors and you like point them at each other and you say, this is why you're wrong. Or like, how can you come to that conclusion when this is obviously the thing that someone else is saying? How can you guys all be in unanimous agreement? Basically, you have to turn their unanimous agreement from guilty into some of them saying not guilty. Because they'll be like, oh shit, yeah, I never thought of that before. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why could it only have been the victim? That's true. You didn't say it was olive green. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we wrap this up now? I got work to be doing. How do I press?
Hold it!
Huh? Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what?
No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books that they have there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Every day, same thing. Including the day you're all talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking up books there almost all afternoon. It would have been before 5 that I left.
So he would have seen him.
That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Okay. Are you sure about the time?
Oh, yes. No mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had.
Oh. What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. Oh, I hate when I donk my head. Knocked myself clean out, I did.
He's the one. He's the one. He's the one that Mr. Natsume saw. This happened on Calabash Road.
That's right, I live on Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back to your books.
Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. All loaf people look alike. They're all just so bulbous.
Huh? Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now.
It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced that of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help... No. I just wanted to listen to the last one first. That doesn't mean I was done. Come on. Come on, video game. I don't need to hear about, like, oh, go over their statements again. I was just listening to the last one first. I'm shaking my damn head right now.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yeah, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush went down, I came back to London after work. It was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? I don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. You know, it's crazy how that happens. It's crazy, I'm sorry. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around and the police have been battering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock, if I could turn back time. I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. Feel free to make up my mind, and free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. Isn't that Mr. No, it's not Mr. First. Sorry, that's not the horse guy.
Hold it!
He didn't say it was a woman, he said a person in green. You're right at the incident. The defendant admits to having seen someone wearing green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite, that's precisely my point. Clearly that someone was wearing green and was a victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit.
I don't like that. But let us not forget, madam. The defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he does admit he's stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. If that's a lie you're suggesting, you do not think he had concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through their funny little minds? I'm just reading it as is, you know? I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare that the man has already made an admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely conclusive evidence? Where the conclusion is obvious. No one could have possibly committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must have been the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. Yeah, that did not go well for me. Okay.
Hold it!
You don't know that, though. You don't know that. But you can't deny that there are other routes that Mr. Natsume must have taken back, or could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, I mean. Was it, what was it, Calabash Road or something? Huh, precisely. But it seems to me that what counts as whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows what he did. Is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold. The way I see it, you'd want to go home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is this all true? So really, there's only one thing that makes sense. They went home along Briar Road. I have given a lot of thought, you know. I didn't make my mind about a whim of what he just did, or that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone to Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honestly, I would. Why would he have taken the longer way home? Why? What do I have on me? I feel like if I learn something about Meerschaum Street, then it might get me out of this, but I don't know. People? Maybe there's something in this. East side. Okay, yeah, okay. Got it. I have, let's see what this guy's got to say. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too. So is my family's. Ah. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. And neither do the wife or kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing, and if you're late, the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply lines bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up. Fixing it's a hard slog from dusk till dawn, it is. So you were out digging the roads up on the day of the incident all as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Oh, Meerschaum Street. Meerschaum Street, yes! So he couldn't have gone that way, because they were digging. They were doing up the street. Mm-hmm. On the map, Mr. Naruto. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get the business over with now? Please, sir. It's important. Fine. I'll do it then. We got one. I'm pitting you. I'm pitting you.
Objection!
Boom. Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel? Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Eh? What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words are now extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited the bookshop and purchased a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on the Meerschaum Street, making it impossible. Wait, what? What did that say? Making it impassable, not impossible. Which means the defendant's route home would have been the long way around. Could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yeah, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more, pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone the way around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we all see now that he had no choice. Yes. Alright, not guilty. Yeah? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Bonk. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Should be filled, that's what I say. This guy loves a good hole that's filled. He can't stand to see any holes unfilled. Yeah, but there wouldn't be a video game without this. I just love a good hole that's filled. Nothing quite fills my day like it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. We've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Oh, that was supposed to be me. And yes, it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only... If we could just identify one... I know the other clue. I know the other clue. I know it. It's the old man and the lady. Van Zees is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's why we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Punk. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay. Mm-mm.
Objection!
Yep. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6? My, whatever do you mean, sir?
Eh? What?
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was it's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact which we can be sure of here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been at your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man said he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Which was, in fact, the old man who smashed his head in. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we were all aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Shut up. It was obviously the old man with a concussion who's now on the jury. My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6 account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and fell over on the ice and streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. Oh. My goodness. You mean? That's right. I'm referring, of course, to the hard-hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yeah. After all, the old man. There's just something funny about this picture to me. Well, look at that. That's fucking crazy. That's insane. You've just filled a hole, and you know how much I fucking love it.
Sorry, you need to pee?
And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly, the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! We did it. That's a perfect place to end it. You idiot old man, if you haven't been so daft as been roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
Shut up! Shut up! What did you say? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Huh? Is it a crime to slip on the ice? Shut the Shut the front door! I'll kill all you whippersnappers. Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat such as this?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause an inconvenience, but you'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I would like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. And I would too. Forget this crime. Let him go. Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well, bonk.
Bonk. Bonk. Well, that summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes 2, the nose 4. So the nose have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Barrick? Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Seeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Clearly they can't see past their own eyes, as is to say, they cannot see at all. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? What do you mean?
Objection!
Shh. Shush. I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you have excavated, sir. That's right. Took me a whole day. Paid me measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? If I'm honest, I don't have a clue. Nope. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, the distance readily vaulted by anyone of a moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Eh? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. But we know our guy wasn't in prime shape. He, stayed in his house 24/7. This guy was not in shape. He was not fit enough to jump 2 meters. That's insane. And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Eh, I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had hope of passing anyway. We just turn any gentlefolk back where they came from. Kids just do right jump all over it all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah! Is that true? Is it? I decree. The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There could be no doubt that on his way back to the lodging, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And old man. Cold man, you can talk. Oh my god, his beady eyes. They're cute. I like his little eyes. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh, I can't say I remember.
You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You said that it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Okay, took us out. Order! Order! Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord. If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. That's nice of you. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality it has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Oh yeah, the capes come off. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What? What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted, bailiff, bring forth the witness. Bring him. It's next witnesses. Mr. Naruhodo, do you remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being the Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright. No matter who Von Zeeks brings to the stand as his witness, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Who the... What? They look like they've just been through a blender. And this is what came out. Witnesses, please state your name and occupations for the court. No. Constable Raleigh Beate, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. This guy works for Scotland Yard? And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. Rolly? What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Oddly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check on meters that are reading true? Reading true, sorry, not readying. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. There are a number of items on the list that doesn't sound like policing duties at all. I wouldn't be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, the constable is expected to investigate and then resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. I hereby decree, on the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't that right, Rolly? Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. I have a feeling this is skewed against us for some reason. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Oh. It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog and pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before he running off. We ran straight over, of course. We went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock.
Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Alright, Rolly. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Ah!
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have possibly identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. No, they didn't. They said they saw a man running after scattering something. The alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. The dude ain't even awake. He didn't say anything. He didn't say he saw anything. She said. She said that he said. It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that.
Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sure sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was, without a doubt, the accused Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Oh,
And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you can appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
oh.
Except that man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence cross-examination, please. Okay. This will be the last thing I do. I've gone over the time I was allotted. Huh? It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no... Okay, let's see. Where were they going? Where were they going for dinner? No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat? Mrs. Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks even ever more handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Hmm?
What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. Actually, I was planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you'd finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end.
What's that?
My warrant card, sir. Proof I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all of us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of a common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without grumble. Because I know that plodding on my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
I think they're about to get their freak on. Look at the glistening.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple.
Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog, the pavement in front of us. Two silhouettes, huh? Two silhouettes. That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. Just this image, dude. It's like Batman and Robin or something. We got Fat Man and Robin. Chonk. Mega Chonk. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim pictured in his print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yeah, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby. Rather plump. I'm surprised there's enough sidewalk. I mean, there was enough space for him to pass by. He said he was trying to overtake the person in front of him, so he could have. There was space there. Oh yes, quite certain it was dark. But there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see? There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. The Briar Road is dead straight, and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And there's streetlights there as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. As I'm sure, my love for Patricia is true. Are they gonna do this every time? Just freak already. Just get your freak on already. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem that that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonable, clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? Those eyebrows. All of a sudden, one of them collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off. Hold it! Hold it! I need to press you on that. Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit dropped a number of them. All around the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in the photographic print. Take a look at the picture once again, please. That rotten Japanese man did what he did that when he did the deed. Hold it! Hold it! Let's not forget that this remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. That mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes. Cat-like eyes? The taut mouth, the stub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at the poor defenseless woman with the terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this is unambiguous testimony coming from the policeman and his wife. Now please, continue.
Yes, sir. Oh,
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the proud wife of one after all. Is that right, my darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. I was off duty by that point, but a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Mr. Beatty? Do we think it's Mr. Beatty or Mr. Beat? Because he's a beat cop, right? I think it's Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's when I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on the crime and the location, you see, as to all who deal with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat, so I told Patricia. The police box for the beat had an incident fell under, so she could go and report it.
Oh, I told her the way to the police box for the police box for the beat the incident fell under, so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quick as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case is quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling?
Are they gonna kiss again?
Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir.
Let's move on, shall we? I haven't found anything so far.
Hold it!
This is a tough one. But surely you couldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. My husband already told you that the fog was light, didn't he?
Ha. Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. It's an absolute menace to us, to those that have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see your hand at the end of your own arm.
Didn't the maid say she couldn't make out anything because it was dark in the fog? Maybe it was light up. The maid was the wife. But I don't think we have anything to testify that fact. She also said that she couldn't see anything out their window. So up at the third story or second story. Yeah. The maid also took part in domestic violence, so we don't also want to bring that into that. This is a different case we gotta work out, you know? Yeah, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was the little Japanese man we saw. Couldn't we, darling? Can't we, darling? Huh? Huh? What? Yeah. It was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, taut mouth, snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It really was Saseki-san that saw running from the scene of the crime. So that's it then, huh? That's our entire testimony. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does this leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after the testimony. Oh no, then what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here... Oh, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony that appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to distract them, make the jury doubt the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in the statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Shit, this is gonna be one of those ones where I have to go over multiple statements again, right? Oh. Yeah, what's up? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right, is it? Well, out with it. What? No. Oh, no, it's really not all that. That at all. My husband's a policeman, I remember, and I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one, I could. Ooh! Willingly gonna contradict yourself, okay? I'll take that bait. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think I'll wait for a minute, or for even a moment that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat? Let me just adjust. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? Okay, I could even tell you the names of the four books, do you say?
Hold it!
Go ahead and name them off. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop in the day in question. After all I've been through at the police box for help, well, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I am a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly. And what was your husband doing at the time? Well, he was resting. Oh, he was lying face down in the dirt, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard, don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beat, as you have regaled the court with your tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other. These are all wrong already. She got the picture of Monsieur right, but something or other. Don't you think you'd be able to remember? And there was, a meal for someone. And the last one was definitely the thing gummy something. What? You see? Perfect. I am perfect in every single way. Yeah, I see that there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh well. They were along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean to say that you've been implying our testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Oh my god. Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have to answer to me. Terrifying. You know what? Barrack von Zeeks? I agree. Put the gun down, Rolly. He knows what's up. Did he have his finger off the trigger? I don't remember. But I trust him? No. I don't need to hear this again. You made me listen to that one again, and then you make me listen to this again. Oh my god. It looked on? Okay. We're gonna have to have him discharged after this case. Don't worry. He won't have a job in this town ever again. London is gonna be done with him. He's gonna chew him up. It's gonna spit him. It's gonna spit him out. I know which one it is. I know which one it is. Oh, okay. Okay, scroll all the way over.
Objection!
Well, actually, so you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody. What's it yearnings? A meal for someone and think me something. Actually, you're stupid. There were 3 books and they're not called that at all. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no. What flaw? I've had enough. Simply that at the scene of the crime there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Bring it on. Rolly, I have a katana. I will cut your bullets. You tell me what wins. You tell me. Huh? What do you think wins right now? This or this? My sharpened blade. And then I simply open the sheath and cut the blades. You know? Irrefutable, I know. Your books? Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you, 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. 1, 2, 3, unless you're counting the knife as a book. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it. I saw them. I swear it. Oh, that goes back on its thing. I'll put the banana away. No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. Grrr. If only I hadn't willingly offered up myself to be rebuted. Shit. I'm facing the consequences of my own actions. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well have been mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Objection!
He's pissed again. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my friend. Upon my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. And the fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of the Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It shows 3 books. They probably had a book on their bag or something. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print, you mean to say? Stop it! You're a fire hazard. Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. The Lion's Pride. Oh shit! Isn't that the book that burned in the guy's house? That's the book he said that burned. It was his favorite. It's the 4th book. As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No.
No. I want to get away.
Order. Order. There, you see? You see? Look at that. Look, look, look. Yeah. Just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. A picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
What's its yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
A meal for someone?
A meal for Garborau, in fact. As the court has heard, the witnesses remember the books flawlessly, save for a few minor details. It was the Moonhead and Coffee Spiller. They're murderers. Why did they have that book? Why do they have the book? Why do they have his burnt book? Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless.
But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown on this photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. It does not. It belongs to the landlord of Mr. Natsume. I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers in Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. I'll take that. I'll take that. You will submit that aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Crispy. And the 4th book. Okay, so I'm going to study those real quick, and then that's going to do us in for today. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been vain, entertaining. Yes, but futile. The spurious longer route the accused's lodgings you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile. I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat.
Oh! Wait, they're already married. Is that another hole? Is that another hole? They're already married. Weren't they celebrating their anniversary? So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Oh, ah, ooh, oh. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? Lion's Pride. Is it burned? Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Oh, wait a minute. The Lion's Pride. That's strange. Uh-huh. The cogs are turning. Mm-hmm. Put it together. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. I've never been able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book. Recently damaged by a fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? A fire at a sea parks. Man, I want to raise an objection, but I know it's just gonna keep going. Raise an objection.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast, and there is no more room for debate. I'll go for 7 minutes. We'll go straight to 12 o'clock. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... Arg, I can't think of what to say. You got something to say, Susato? Susato, you got something? If I may, Lord Fanseeks. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. Damn. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. Don't talk about Susato like that. She's got more prowess than we do. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. On this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see so fit to pursue further? What she got? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? Anything that keeps it going. You gotta keep the case rolling. That's what Kazuma told us. No matter what, keep the case rolling. It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask for the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. It's the book, it's the book, it's the book. It's the book. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Ugh. Ugh. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers profound insight into the case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Take that!
Take that! I didn't even think about that. Let's hope that this is the correct course of action. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Arg! Shut up! It's not, I promise.
Yeah, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question would be contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Oh, the stern eyebrows. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yeah, I think you're right. So, counsel, precisely where is this vital clue in the case, which is the fourth book conceals? I want to get away. I can't open it.
Got it!
Got it! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp! So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Deepanese friend? Were I to concede the point, it bears no relation to the case. There is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that the fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide?
A charred book.
I got it. All right. Don't keep us waiting any longer, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you could ascertain from the fire damage of this sorry tome? What? Let's, Okay, it doesn't mention anything about the book. Yeah, I was. I'm like, it's the book. And they're like, yeah, explain something, though? And I'm like, I am. I'm doing what you told me to do. Its owner? My lord, the burn on the back of the book reveals it's a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was grasping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. No. The question of how the book came into the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how could you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury the members of the jury may very well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim the owner of this book burnt to be? This guy.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords? Whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for the jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife, I'm his maid. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. No. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
No. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Good lord. What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. I'm flashing. I remember. This was in the same stream. This happened at the same time. Do you remember this? I lost my favorite book, called The Lion's Pride. Oh, Van Cheeks is pissed, dude. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, that's the same title of the subject of this debate. Oh, dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. Reasonable? All you've told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was a marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Yep. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Ooh, hurled it right out the window. She hurled it out the window. Got it. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
I like that I didn't have to say that. No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted at the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Gyarados window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass as we visited the Gyarados household. But it is not conceivable that the window was open at the time, and not even remotely. Let us not forget that the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. But there was a fire. No lawn donner would even ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Ah! Does the defense postulate the scenario in Seriousness Council? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene of the crime was the flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gyarados' wife? It's all I have. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Well, I hope that everyone can see you were for what you are, you foreign little trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake, how could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you, that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. You just hit that man. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go again. How long have we all sat here now listening to the Nipponese spouting his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes. What did I tell you? Makes sense to me.
Huh? I don't know.
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks? In truth, my lord, I feel I have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. I feel these. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... A leg slam! If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. Now you got to see the famous leg slam. I'm glad there's been at least one that you got to see today. Wait, what? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? Ahem, in that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
And I'm afraid that's where we're gonna have to end it.
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty. All guilty once again. They were already guilty. They didn't need to double slam that. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Have you forgotten? This battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. Oh my god. Another summation examination? You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anyone. I intend to uncover the truth! This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Okay. I have to stay strong and determined. We'll continue this next week. It's the perfect place to end. Just a close-up of beautiful Ryunosuke's face. Look at that. He's beautiful. We love them. Dude's about to be put down. Look at this beautiful face. Look at this beautiful mug right now. I don't think I can talk through another summation examination, honestly. My throat is killing me. Ooh, he blinks. He's gonna put his luscious lips on us. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the border. Good night, Renosuke. Mwah. Mwah. Don't do that. What do you mean? We're saying goodnight to Renosuke. Renosuke, you can do it too. Here, I'll even get rid of me. You can put your lips up to the camera. Here, let me get rid of myself. There you go. There you go. Look at him. You can give him a kiss. I'm not doing that. You're leaving? What the hell? You're not leaving. You're not leaving. I'm making you go. See ya. You're not leaving. Door's that way. Go on. Get out of here. Good night. I'm gonna pull the trigger. Actually, I have good trigger discipline, so I'm probably not gonna pull the trigger. Oh!